All right, let's do this. Almost ready. Here we go. I had to go use the facilities. Don't be afraid. And then, of course, Summer wanted to talk to me. Hold on. Let's jump right in here. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Hello. What's going on? Thank you. Sorry. 1 second. I just drank a very carbonated soda. Welcome to the show. All right. So, where do I have it pulled up from? Okay, this is the. I usually say burps for fecus, but I wasn't quick enough on the draw. Welcome everybody. Oh, first of all, hi chat room. Let's get a baseline on how you thought it went. I thought he had clear instructions from the Harris campaign. First, do no harm. Don't be overly cheery. This is your moment to be serious, and everybody else, because the footage they're seeing of you everywhere is you with cats and you being the happy warrior and all that kind of stuff. You guys can't hear me. You can hear me, right? Yeah. Audio, yes, absolutely. Hi, thanks for the bits, by the way, and all that kind of stuff. Just making sure you guys can hear me. Everything sounds good. Yeah, normal. All right, excellent. Share the show out, hit the like, all that kind of stuff. Spending the rest of your birthday. Thanks, Carol. Happy birthday. Same as Steph. Happy birthday, Steph, by the way. Here we go. Now, let's see. Vance was surprisingly what? Sorry, he was surprisingly normal in that regard. Walz should have went after Vance more. A lot of people are saying that. I disagree. I don't think that's what this was for. Vance performed well, but Tim won. I agree. I mean, Vance's whole thing is to be like Trump's policy training wheels a little bit. But again, I think the one thing that I'm seeing floating around, they're talking about on the news on a bunch of stations right now too, is that for whatever reason, Vance just would not cop to the fact that Trump lost the 2020 election, and shit does not fly. Like that's a big, weird, standout thing. Do I think it pushed the needle in any way? Yeah, I do. And I think what it does is it codifies Vance as a competent guy who's running. I'm having a snack. I don't normally eat on stream, but this is going to be a long one. What was, we'll talk about it as we go along, but what were they there to accomplish? And Walz had less work to do than Vance did, right? And Vance had a lot of pickup work to do for Trump. Walz just had to, again, first do no harm, the kind of Hippocratic oath of being a VP. Yeah. So, and by the way, hi everybody on Instagram as well. Good to see you. Welcome. I don't know if you watched some of it. My girlfriend's kid went for a walk around the neighborhood while it was on, and he could literally see in the windows everybody in the neighborhood was watching it, like all around. Yeah, Hal doing ASMR is true. It's a big thing. It's how I'm going to I'm going to pay for my big dream home. So, all right, let's get started, and we'll go through it like we go through it. And if you tap out, or you want to watch some of it later, or any of that stuff, or you only want to see parts of it later, I will cut it up a little bit later. But I'm going to do the whole thing because that's what I do here. So here we go. This is the beginning.
Thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and
at Hal Sparks Megaworldwide
around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter.
Also, just for the record, Trump world and the Vance MAGA people think that having two women moderate it in its own way was an attack on Vance. I'm not kidding. You had two women there, and obviously, they're going to make Roe a big deal and blah, 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 right? Yeah. Just letting you know.
Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
Your first question is up on the big board. Survey says these always look like game shows to me.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to.
They agreed to music being played under the argument about the rules.
Questions will be directed at one rebuttal is to the cancer.
Questions folding crisis of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to be.
The first question is to you, J.D. Vance. How is this Biden's fault when shit like this happened, when Trump was in office? It was always Democrats' fault.
Begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time.
Also, I don't know where that fucking number comes from, and there's a really big distinction between. By the way, does she have "love you" written on her eyelids? Maybe it's just me. Holly Berry, I was told you would be fact-checked either, but that's actually you weren't told that, and that in and of itself is being fact-checked, so that should be proof. There is well, hold on, let me back up because
to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down
1 to 2 weeks. I know that you can determine a window of 90 days to 6 months. But innovation on that scale from 7 to 14 days is a little annoying.
Now.
Hold on. Somebody in the chat room said, Hal, I'm glad Israel is okay today, but why are they invading Lebanon instead of Iran? They're not going to invade Iran. That's not the point. They invaded parts of Lebanon, but that part is not controlled by the Lebanese government. It's controlled by Hezbollah. It's Hezbollah territory in the same way that Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen is not Yemen. If that makes sense.
To 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental.
By the way, that's his one flip. He said Israel and its proxies, and he meant Iran and its proxies. Flip flop on the he flipped words. Really common. People do this in argument. The test is always that if somebody said you said Iran, you meant Israel, and you go, oh, I did. I beg your pardon. Yes, you're right. That's what I meant. That's normal. People do that all the time. Donald Trump is one of those people where if you told him he flipped the words, he'd go, no, actually, if you think about it, actually Israel's proxies are the problem, right? That's
fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly.
Oh, yeah. By the way, well versed. People were like going, he's overtrained. Fuck that. He's nailing it. He's laying out these details, and they're crucial.
Said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same.
By the way, I think there are a couple of questions where he's clearly looking at the clock and knowing he's out of time, and he jumps to the end of what he was saying and kind of truncates the answer because he's really clear about like not going over in this thing and kind of being well trained about doing it. That's a good thing. Again, there's a level of like the competency argument is being had in, I think, the mind of the viewer as well.
Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class.
Now, real quick. This is what they complained that Harris did during the last debate. That instead of answering the question, she did her, like package statement, her biography statement to get into that. It is, by the way, very normal in a debate like this. If there isn't an opening statement, that you either dovetail into your opening statement or you work it into your answer. Not at all weird. Totally fine. And there was nothing wrong with Harris doing it. The ironic part is that this motherfucker is doing exactly what they criticized Harris for doing. Every single response video I saw, and I covered a couple of them on my show about the last debate, it started off with them bitching like she didn't even answer the question. She starts off on this, I'm from the Midwest and I blah blah, and I was middle class or whatever it was, right? Same thing. He's doing the exact same thing. And so it's not so much that there's a problem with him answering this way. It's the fact that he and Trump and the rest of that crowd are all liars, and they don't mind it when he does it.
Class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required
government food assistance provided by the taxpayer who pays taxes. Not food assistance. It wasn't, she didn't need help operating a fucking fork.
Required Social Security help to.
Or maybe she did, but that wasn't the government that was responsible for
raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand.
So you were, so you didn't have any student loan debt because the taxpayer paid your salary while you were in the Marine Corps and then paid for you to go to school afterwards, where you were a journalist in the Marine Corps and a press liaison for visitors in Iraq and were never in a war zone. Again, no slam on the fact that he served, but also he wants Marine Corps. It's carrying a lot of weight there. And I got to say, if you were a press agent for the Marine Corps, I would bring that up so as to not appear like you're stealing valor from the other folks.
And here, asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is.
Yes, thank you for the feeling part.
Is unattainable.
No. Maybe this is because you're a fucking youngin', boy. He's this kid's 16 years younger than I am, and yeah, that's right. I'm 16 years older than he is. I'm like 5 or 6 years older than Alex Jones. Let me tell you something, youngin'. There have always been periods in the United States all along the way, even before I was born, where people felt like, oh shit, things have turned a corner. The American dream is unattainable now. It's not attainable for everybody. I mean, around every corner was a boogeyman my whole fucking life that was going to take away the chance for the American dream. And things are becoming expensive, and you can't even borrow and own a car. And like, how many fucking times? How many? How many times in the 80s? How many times in the 90s? How many times in the early 2000s? How about for 5 fucking years after 9/11?
I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again.
It wasn't when he was president. I guess. Oh, I know what you mean. If he's back in, then the inflation, the infrastructure bill has already been passed, so he doesn't have to do that shit. I got you.
Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing.
Okay. Simmer the fuck down, Antichrist sidecar. Nobody delivers. You can't prove a negative, and I know that's what they're trying to do. October 7th never would have happened. Russia never would have happened. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Nobody buys that shit. Sorry. Not like it's absurd. It's like, imagine Al Gore saying, and Al Gore would have a better case for it. 9/11 never would have happened if I was in office. Now, never would have happened would have been one thing, but during my term would have been the proper way to address it, right?
Effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line.
First of all, no, they fucking weren't. You don't believe me? Ask the goddamn Kurds.
Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against.
Well, food and medicine and printers and computers and, transformers for light poles and asphalt and fucking, I don't know, shipping containers and certainly some weapons in there, or they used other money for those, weapons because they had that available to them, but calm the fuck down.
Against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to...
launching nuclear weapons towards the United States? Well, that was an impossibility when we had the Iran deal.
To fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world.
Sure. How would you do that? Well, I guess you would, let's say, I'm just spitballing here. Let's just say Russia attacks Ukraine. I know it never would have happened when you were in office, but let's say they do. What do? Well, you kick them off the SWIFT system and you put a bunch of sanctions in place and you provide the Ukrainians with all kinds of weapons and you bring together the NATO coalition. You mean like that? You mean that exact fucking thing?
Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look,
I want to. I'm not going to.
It is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe.
Hi, stupid. We know that. The question is, do you support it? Would you materially support it, or would you say that's a bridge too far? Of course, it's up to them. They're a sovereign country. The question is, how much would you fund or supply them with weapons if they took that extra step? You fucking tit.
And we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think
oh, you mean like Ukraine? Fuck you.
That's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz,
he's like, I successfully dodged actually answering that. Excellent.
Do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down...
Okay, two really, really good points. And he's going to go into, there were attacks by Iran on the United States and Trump didn't do shit. And he does it pretty well, especially because one of the things he mentions happened today, right? Look at J.D. Vance's response to him bringing that up. Fickle leadership, look for that to be a recurring theme.
Down an American aircraft in...
And the bad guys, I mean, the irony is that J.D. Vance likes saying bad guys won't say who they are because they're all Trump's friends.
International airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump.
Okay, and this is that look. He was like, I'm going to give this look to the camera like, come on, folks, you're being hoodwinked, right? He tries it like 3 times and gives up. It's not very effective, but you could tell that this was one of their planned attacks. You're like, you're going to look at the camera. It'll be your equivalent of Harris looking at Trump like this. We need something like that. And he's like, how about I just look in the camera and go, really? That's what this is.
And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand.
Okay, look at J.D. Vance there. J.D. Vance either doesn't know that Trump did that, which is malpractice, or he does know it and wasn't expecting him to bring it up, which is malpractice on his part, or he does know it, was expecting him to bring it up, but is aware he doesn't have a retort for it and is just reacting to the fact that he's fucking hung up.
That Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him.
By the way, fickle rhymes with tickle for good reason, but it's also a good word that diminishes his manhood. That's part of what this is like fickle is like childish. And ever so slightly girly, according to the J.D. Vance world, and that will bug him.
Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled.
See, he tried. That's his second attempt at the eyeball. I don't know why. And again, I think he looks at the cameras like, oh, where's the clock? There's the clock. Never mind. Anyways.
Coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal.
Exit. That's adorable.
Recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make...
Wait, can we just stop for a second and say the consequences are impossible is a direct quote that also makes no fucking sense. I mean, it's one thing to like quote back to him and go without even, it's like she's not even referencing the fact that that sentence is gibberish.
Make a mistake. You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And
because we don't have an Iran deal, because Trump scuttled it, and no surprise, the Iranians are not into getting into a deal that the other side could just kick away at a whim. What's the fucking point?
Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald.
Yeah, nobody's ever accused Trump of being the vice president. Stupid. But again, also, the vice president doesn't implement policies like this. Nobody thinks they do. This is dumb. They do this hit all the time. It is super weird, and I honestly don't believe it's working.
Trump consistently made the world more secure.
Unless you were a Kurd or anybody who helped us in Afghanistan, or anybody who's not CCP connected Han Chinese in China or South Korea as an entire country.
For now, we talk.
Or Ukraine, for that fucking matter.
Talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So,
right, but why did they do it? Why did they say they did it? What was the triggering point that said we're going to plan a big attack and pull it off? What was it? It's 2018. Yahweh Sinwar said the recognition of the Golan Heights and the moving of the embassy and the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel was the tipping point. They said that's when he wrote a handwritten note in Hebrew and sent it to Netanyahu and said we should try a conditional peace, and it was all a lie. And after October 7th, he said, you fell for it. And the reason we planned it was because of all the shit. We just figured now all bets are off. You're just going to wipe us out. Yeah. That's why Yahweh Sinwar said they did it. That's why they planned to do it. That's why they looked ahead to do it. It was a lie. It was always a lie. Their treaty with their recognition or their conditional peace that they had with Israel was always bullshit. And they decided to rope-a-dope Israel and lie about this and lie about wanting peace and lie about being on their side because they figured the Golan Heights recognition and the Jerusalem and the embassy move was a sign that the United States was once and for all saying, fuck the two-state solution, bye-bye Gaza, and we're going to just let Netanyahu do whatever the fuck he wants. So they laid in wait. Now, you can believe them or not believe them, but that's what they said.
Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald.
I see. So define, by the way, the most major conflict the United States has been involved in for the last 28 years is Iraq and Afghanistan. Now, during Obama, we basically worked down to, we've got the green zone, but there's no active fighting going on in Iraq. That ended. It didn't end with a mission accomplished, but it ended for all practical purposes. But there were ongoing fights in Afghanistan, period. And Donald Trump ran on getting us out. And he never did. He punted.
Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn
Thank you.
now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's.
Yeah, and let's make it personal so I can avoid actually doing anything about it. It's kind of like when you talk about education and go, we need more parental involvement. Can you legislate parental involvement? No. Then shut the fuck up. I have no interest in you talking about solutions you actually can't make happen.
It's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love.
Well, then, real quick, then why are the only people voting against hurricane relief or emergency funding or FEMA funding, the only people voting against it are Republicans, including him.
Love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about.
Well, that assumes that is not happening right now. And the proper answer to that is fuck you.
Climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change.
No, it has an impact. Man-made climate change. What the impact is coming from is from carbon emissions, methane and carbon emissions from vehicles and from natural gas wells. There's a myriad of other things, but yeah.
Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because.
Oh, you mean like we are? You mean like the Biden administration has reshored more factories than anywhere else on any other time in fucking American history? We're producing more oil and natural gas than we ever have?
Because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have come?
No, we're not. That's a little silly. I don't even, that's just made up. I don't even know how you define the cleanest economy, period. That's just weird. What, comparative? Well, there is nothing compared to us. You just mean the top two, us and China? China's economy is bullshit anyways. It's the size of Japan's. So it's us and the European Union. And as far as clean economies go, the European Union, I would guess by, per capita, is doing a lot better than us.
Kamala Harris's policies actually led to more energy production in China, more manufacturing.
Wait a minute. More energy production in China? As opposed to what? Would you think we should be selling them coal? Is that the argument? I think that's what it sounds like.
Overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean
that it sounds a little racist.
The amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output.
Yeah, that's what you mean.
So if we actually care about.
Hold on, real quick. China, is the only fuel they really have a decent amount of is coal. They've dug a bunch of new coal mines, and then because they can't manage their flood zones, they filled up with fucking water, and the coal that was already dug washed into the aquifers and turned a lot of their arable farmland into shit. This motherfucker knows nothing about China. Nothing. And the idea that if we're somehow producing less oil, which we're not, and because we are, China is producing more oil or natural gas. They don't have any, motherfucker. This is so ignorant. But then the other part is, we're doing business with dirty parts of the world.
More doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about.
Wait a minute. So, excuse me. You mean India versus China's bullshit numbers? Or are we talking about some fantasy this motherfucker has about Malaysia? What is it? I'm dead serious. It sounds like, if I want to be totally cynical about this dumb motherfucker, is that we should not be doing any economic development in Africa or buying anything they have to sell because it's all fucking, wood burning stoves and poverty. Yeah? This sounds like an Africa thing. And maybe parts of of Southeast Asia. That's yeah. is pretty fucked up. Let's listen to that again.
More doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting...
And again, what the fuck does that even mean? What is that? Anybody? Anybody know what the fuck he's talking about? We shouldn't sell Malaysia cheese or some shit? Right? I don't know. What does he mean doing business?
Cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala...
Yeah, the American Rescue Plan, the fucking infrastructure bill. You mean like that? The shit that Trump could have done but never did and has no interest in doing?
Harris has done exactly the opposite.
No, she hasn't. She's done, like, that. The Biden-Harris administration has done more reshoring than any, I was about to say in modern history, but any administration in history.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking...
Oh, that's another thing. A couple of points. He cites shit not in Minnesota, which would be the natural thing, but in Ohio. Shit that it is clear J.D. Vance is unaware of. That's another thing that really stuck out, because he does it, I think, 2 more times where he mentions something that happens specifically in Ohio, and it is abundantly clear J.D. Vance is unaware of the issue he's talking about, or the plant or the jobs or any of that shit. And if he isn't, he's got to hide it because he can't exactly look like he's praising the administration, I suppose.
The EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing...
Okay, that was not him checking, doing his like, what? He was literally looking at the timer to see when Walz is going to finish. So what this just tells me is that they have rehearsed his side look, and he's supposed to lock onto it until it's his turn to speak, and then always show like he's looking at him while he's talking to him, with the idea of, if he's looking at you, he's not afraid to look at you, because that's what Trump fucked up last time. So J.D. Walz trying to make up for all the times Trump didn't look at Harris.
More clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about, how do we mitigate these disasters?
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
By the way, it's not a question. He has called it a hoax many times. And this is one of the lamest. He just said J.D. Walz, right? This is one of the lamest. I said J.D. Walz, I beg your pardon. this is one of the like lamest responses of and again, this is some turd polishing of the highest order.
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production.
He has never said that. He is literally, it's not only that he didn't say it's a hoax, and he absolutely did. He has never, there's never been a situation where where Donald Trump has said, if they really cared about climate change, they'd move factories back here. Not fucking once. If you want to talk about a fact check, find that fucking clip for me. Anywhere. And by the way, it has to happen before tonight. I don't want any fucking cleanup from a thing he does later in the week, right? Because he's always wearing the same outfit, and you think people won't notice that he's aging like fucking truck stop sushi.
Production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this.
Okay, again, a total lie. Trump never said that. And then the drawn, like weirdly, the straw man conclusion from it is that if she doesn't agree with what Trump never said, she clearly doesn't believe climate change is real, or she would follow what we think you should do or what your priority should be, even though it would not, there's no reason why it would help climate change other than, I guess, less shipping. Is that the theory?
If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So
no, they aren't. They are being assembled in China. Some of the cheaper ones, they are being assembled in China. Like a lot of shit is assembled in China. I got news for you, folks. Your iPhone is not made in China. It was not even at the heyday of Foxconn in fucking Shenzhen. Your iPhone was not made in China. It was assembled in China. The glass is cut in Korea. The chips are made in Taiwan and actually in Cupertino. They fucking have chip fabs in America that make that shit, and they ship all the pieces over, and the assembly of it, the snapping of it together and boxing it and all that shit would happen in China, because that's the cheap, easy work. It's assembled there. It is not made there. Same thing with a lot of these solar panels. They are not improved there. They're not the technology from there. They are assembled there. And by the way, they're also assembled in fucking Vietnam and in Malaysia and all these dirty places he's fucking talking about. They're not, like, China isn't the primary market. China is the primary market for solar panels worldwide, but that includes their own market, which automatically, by the way, just like the cars there, they'll make stacks of them and throw them the fuck out, pretending someone bought them. And again, this is just a new version of the China's going to eat our lunch bullshit narrative that turned out to be crap anyways. China owns billions of our debt, so we use China for making anything. No, China does not own billions of our debt. China buys bonds and treasuries just like anybody else. And the only reason they hold them is because they make a profit off of them. The day they don't make a profit off of them, they'll sell them just like anybody else. They hold less than 8% of our overall debt, and they've sold about a third of it in the last 3 years to shore up their economy. China does not have fucking 50% of our debt, or even 20% or 10. No, not even fucking close. Please stop saying that stupid talking point. It's never been true, and it sure as shit is not true now. And the minute China was like, fuck this debt, we're selling all of our treasuries, they'd be scooped up by the world market, because everybody would just buy them because they're out there, because they're worth it. We pay our debts. We pay our interest. And even with the Republicans trying to shut shit down, it's worth having. If the Chinese sold them, fucking Turkey would buy them, and fucking the Democratic Republic of Congo would fucking buy them. Russia would buy some because they're worth it. They're a good investment. We don't ask China, we don't borrow from China, we don't kiss their ass to get them to buy our treasuries. We put our treasuries on the market and they buy them. Just like everybody else. And they've sold a bunch because their economy's in the shitter and it was never as big as they said it was. I know people have been sold this bullshit for a long time. And I'm telling you, as somebody who spent a good deal of time in China, just like Walls, only I think I've been there more like recently than he has. He stopped going years ago. I stopped going like right before COVID hit because I didn't go back essentially because the thing I was working on there went away, thank God. But what I say about China, if I ever went back to China, they wouldn't let me out of the country again. I'm telling you. Because I know what I'm fucking talking about. And I love the Chinese people and I love Chinese culture, but the government can suck it and they're terrible and they're destroying that country and they've turned it into a fucking carcass and it's sad. And they don't have anywhere near the number of people they say they have, and they don't have anywhere near the amount of money they say they have, and they can force people to work, and they can make prisoners build buildings that nobody's ever going to live in. Fuck off with that nonsense.
If you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Okay, asshat. Nuke is the new tech term, and this is what Peter Thiel sent him to do. This is not a marching order from the Trump-Vance campaign. This is Peter Thiel talking. Now, I will tell you, nuclear is a good idea, and Yucca Mountain shouldn't be a waste disposal site. It should actually have a plant on top of it, so you don't have to travel it through the fucking state. You just drop it there, and the people of Nevada and Arizona and New Mexico can draw from that plant, and it would work. Yes, is he wearing eyeliner? I don't care because I don't mind when men wear eyeliner. It's never been a problem for me. That said. 3 Mile Island, they're ramping up one of the 3 Mile Island reactors to use for Microsoft. Increasingly, that'll be the case. But I'll tell you one thing. You know what it's similar amongst the last 40 fucking years is that the time Trump was president was 4 of those, and he didn't do shit.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite.
No, she hasn't. He does, by the way, he does this a lot. She's done the opposite. No, she hasn't. The opposite of more gas production is not more actual gas production, you dumb fuck.
Raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this.
By the way, what a great fucking line. I gotta say, that one caught me off guard. We were watching it with Boston Brian, and what a cool line. Our #1 export can't be topsoil. Like, that's fucking great. Now, it'll be lost on a lot of people, but it's a sharp line.
Summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives tomorrow.
Okay, there we go. This is I think this is the last time he tries the eyeball thing on the come on, folks, hoax. We all know it's a hoax. I honestly, I don't know. It's so poorly done. I don't know whether he's trying to call bullshit on Waltz saying Trump called it a hoax, which we know he did, or he's going, it actually is a hoax, or he's trying to bullshit people that that's not what he's saying himself.
But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago.
That business. Which, again, he looks up at the timer and then goes back to see where he is.
Give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time.
Yeah, and again, that's exactly what Biden and Harris has been doing, and all of the above energy policy. The problem isn't that we're increasing oil and gas production from the right-wing side of things. It's that we are mitigating and moving towards renewables in a way that they know they're going to be proven wrong on a bunch of fronts. Never mind the fucking, again, you're never going to convince a lot of these assholes that climate matters. But what you can convince them on it is autonomy. If you have an electric car, you can use sun to power it. You can get a battery set up and you can plug it in and charge up those batteries with the solar panels and then plug your car into it at night. And then it's full the next morning. You don't have to go to a gas station. You don't have to go fucking anywhere except your destination.
Is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to...
You woke bitches. How dare you? See, this is the other thing, too, is like they're ganging up on him because they're having women question the men.
Immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters.
Real quick, if I may, the myth of the southern border is what occupies people's minds. Myth, the fucking myth, hit and myth, the myth of it. Because again, 93% of the fentanyl comes in via ports and on airplanes carried by American citizens. The crossings, that they keep talking about, 15, 20 million people, are the same people crossing multiple times. The number isn't anywhere fucking close to the number that Trump and Vance say it is. They just want to count everybody that comes across 5 times as 5 people. Which is a lie. It's a myth. Feel free to at me. This is also why Republicans don't want undocumented and illegal immigrants counted on the census, because if they were, they go, oh, fuck, there's like 3 million of them. It's nowhere near the number we say it is.
Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work?
Well, so it would be very sharp outfits and everyone would have a nightstick, yeah?
For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have...
No, I think the question was about deportations. Again, how we got here isn't the issue, because this is about when you take over, dumb fuck. You can't just go, this is why we got so many of these people. We don't want to do a deportation where we get rid of everybody, but we're gonna
have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because...
No, we don't. No, we fucking don't. Look, I will put my name and reputation on the line and just get out ahead of this stupid, fucking, lame, pathetic talking point that everybody has bought into. This is right up there with China's going to eat our lunch is, oh my God, people are pouring across the southern border. at numbers nobody's ever seen before, and there's 20 million people and blah, blah, blah. No, there isn't. There are fewer undocumented immigrants in the country than there were in 2015. The numbers everywhere they try to look, even with like the people that have come in or seeking asylum, where they're talking about like 100,000 people in New York or 50,000 or 30,000 people here or there in a big city. In cities of 7, 10 million fucking people, you're talking about 100,000 extra people that are going to be processed over time and more than likely either leave or stay based on them getting a work permit. And still we have 1 million unfilled jobs. If we had the kind of number of undocumented immigrants that they are talking about, that this fucker is talking about, there wouldn't be an unfilled job in this goddamn country anywhere. And again, if they really gave a shit about it, he's like, if they really cared about it, they'd move all the factories over here. Well, if you really cared about it, you start arresting people who hire undocumented immigrants and throwing them in jail for a long time. You want to make like undocumented workers like stop coming here? That's how you do it. Yes, you start throwing the people who hire them in jail. You find somebody who hires maids or yard workers or any of this kind of secondary maintenance work. You find those people $10,000. Right? For not checking somebody's ID and trying to pay for something under the fucking table. You do that, fucking gone. Trump hires undocumented people at Mar-a-Lago all the time, and he hires documented foreigners more often than he does Americans. Never mind the fact that how the fuck do you think Melania came here on a work contract? You think there aren't pretty girls in America? Nice America first attitude.
Because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies.
By the way, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. Well, let me clarify. Trump wants you to think that every border policy that stops people crossing or slows the traffic is his policy because he likes it, not because he came up with it. And so that's automatically his policy. So the ones that she wants to keep that weren't his idea, that he just will assume she wants to get rid of because he's a fucking moron. Yeah.
94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens.
Nope. You don't decriminalize illegal aliens. You get rid of that process that Stephen Miller put in that automatically makes it so that anybody who crosses the border, it has committed a criminal act, as opposed to they crossed illegally or weren't aware. So I'll give you an example. If you are on the Canadian border up someplace, you're in fucking Wisconsin or some shit like that, and you walk 10 feet into Canada by accident, you have illegally walked into Canada. You are, you have violated their territorial sovereignty. Now, you might turn around and come right back, or you might take a shit in the woods and then come back. But you walked in, used the facilities, and left in Canada, right? This is what you did. You would have to argue that is a criminal act. That you should have just for the sake of doing that. Never mind what you were planning on doing there. No matter whether you were planning on staying, whether or not you were running from a fucking bear and you ran across the border to escape it, right? Doesn't matter. You're a criminal now. You should have a criminal record in Canada. That's the argument he's making. That's the Stephen Miller plan. If somebody comes across, doesn't even know they're across the border, is just walking up to somebody and saying, I want asylum, but they don't realize they're already inside the United States because there's no particular border or barrier there, or wherever they crossed. They crossed on Indian land or private land, whatever the fuck, or they were told where to go and they walked over there and like, I need asylum, but they were already in the country. What he wants to make it is that they've already committed a crime. And you can't become a citizen if you've committed a crime. So what you do is you just make sure that anybody who came across to seek asylum, if you can accuse them of crossing illegally, they can never try to be a citizen ever. That's what they're shooting for. That's the policy. That's what he wants. And that's what he's talking about. Decriminalizing, illegal immigrants. How did he put it again? Hold on. Let me watch how he phrases it.
4 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens.
Yeah. Decriminalizing illegal aliens. Okay. You can be an illegal alien. You can cross illegally into the United States. Shit, you can be at the airport transferring through because you don't have a visa for the United States, but you transfer through LaGuardia or some shit like that, and you fall asleep in the fucking turlet, and you walk to the wrong gate, and you fall off the fucking tarmac, and now you're on U.S. territory. You're outside the airport officially. You are on the tarmac, unconscious. This asshole considers you an active criminal.
Massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system.
No, the fucking border bill was meant to mitigate that. They didn't increase the asylum fraud. This asshole allowed for it. That's the point. And the border bill literally tightens what it means to be able to seek asylum. You have to be not just under the threat of violence in the vaguest sense. You specifically have to prove that you are under the threat of physical violence, that you are a political dissident, that you are running from a government sanctioned gang, for example. You specifically, not you because of the hat you wear.
That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country.
93% of the fentanyl is brought in by U.S. citizens.
I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities.
The border bill has fentanyl detection equipment in it. That's one of the biggest points of it. That's the biggest thing the CPB was asking for.
Record levels.
CBP,
so you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies.
You can't. The only way you can do it is declare a health emergency, which suspends everything and brings back Title 42. You can't.
Build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what...
But also re-implement. We're deporting lots of people every day.
We actually do. So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country.
No, we don't. Not even close. The closest number we know of is 10.3, lower than the 15. I think it was like 14.3 in 2015 was like the highest number.
What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have.
It's what the Obama administration did. It's what the Biden-Harris administration does. It's what every administration does, dumb fuck. Stop acting like you reinvented the wheel. Of course that's the first people you kick out, dumb fuck.
Committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally.
Notice that part. In addition to crossing the border illegally. Again, criminalize that act specifically as an active crime, not something you do in seeking asylum or something like that, or escaping violence or any of that kind of stuff, which would not be a crime in international law. They want to make crossing it, period, a criminal offense. Therefore, you can just nullify their chance, even if they get asylum, of becoming a citizen one day. That's the point.
I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it...
Which is, again, yeah, everybody does that, dumbass.
Harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just...
Wait. How?
Want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you asked...
Wait. No. How? How are you going to do that? How are you going to stop them from working for money? Are you going to throw the people who hire them in jail? Because that's the only way I can think of. You're not? You're not going to throw Trump in jail for all the undocumented immigrants he's hired to work at Mar-a-Lago and Bedminster and his other properties, his fucking building here in Vegas? You're not going to green card everybody in those places? I mean, hey, man, go door to door in all the Trump properties, checking green cards. How do you think that's going to work out? And then what? You're just going to punish them? You're going to punish him for hiring them? I didn't think so.
Ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them, hopefully.
No. All right. Again, this number's been floated around a bunch of times. There are a bunch of people who got they in the Remain in Mexico stuff that was happening during Title 42, which continued under Biden until it was shut down. Entire family units would be logged. Child Protective Services would meet with the child, assess that they are with their parents or not with their parents. Most of them were with a parent or a relative, and then they would put them back. They would make them remain in Mexico. Remember that shit? Okay, at that point, Customs and Border Patrol and Child Protective Services are no longer working together. This is a child in another country. This might surprise you, but Child Protective Services does not work outside the United States on non-citizens. And again, these are people who come across multiple times. Same kid 8 times is not 8 children.
Are at homes with their families, used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember, when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that.
She can't without a pandemic. I mean, if you want a new pandemic, just fucking say so.
It would be good for
declare a giant health emergency and we can shut down the border, switch from Title 8 to Title 42. Yeah, just say it.
all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things, regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do.
Yeah, there's the other Ohio reference. Notice that? Dude, you don't even know that in your own state, where you're a sitting senator, that opioid deaths, that fentanyl deaths are down 30%?
But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump.
Also, I think we have one of our weaker trolls, but still here, whatever. 60 billion for Ukraine, bad bill, vote Trump. Okay, the border bill did not contain Ukraine funding. Ukraine funding and Israel funding passed on their own. The border bill was devoid of any of that extra spending. Trump killed it after that fact. They had already passed the other funding. If you'll notice, the Ukraine funding passed. It went through because Trump didn't tell them to kill the Ukraine funding. Trump told them to kill the border bill. But maggots will try and spin this somehow. I mean, they can keep at it, but he fucked up. He's a fuck up. It's what he does. Donald Trump's a fuck up. And he doesn't want to solve anything. It's like the Iran deal. we would have had a deal right after the election within a week if we had won differently. Okay, so explain to me, anybody, maggots, what would have been in Trump's Iran deal that would have stopped them from getting a nuclear weapon? What was the carrot and the stick in the Iran deal that he would have had within a fucking week after the election if he had won that the incoming administration would have scuttled? Why wouldn't he be able, if he was going to have one a week after that, why wouldn't he still have one? Why couldn't he do it? Because the only reason I can think of why he didn't get an Iran deal a week after the election is because he stopped giving a fuck. Because he lost. And so when he lost, he was like, fuck America. And I hope they nuke Israel because fuck them too, because Netanyahu wasn't immediately a suck up to me and he congratulated Biden. So fuck the Israelis and fuck America. If I can't have it, nobody will. So why, even though I'm president for another 2 fucking months and I supposedly could have had a deal with Iran within a fucking week, fuck them. What's the other reason? I mean, was there something in his version of the deal that the administration that was coming in was like, wait a minute, you can't send 100 American troops to be held as hostage collateral? What was it? What was it? Anybody know? Any maggots out there know what was in the Iran deal that he would have had in a fucking week? And if he could have had it, why didn't he? Besides the fact that he doesn't actually give a fuck. Same thing here. Why would you pass this bill and go, mine would be a lot better and here's what I would add to it? You like this? Wait till I get in there and I'll force them to do this, this, and this. You won't even have to compromise. I'll get the rest of it, right? Why don't you do that? If it matters, if it's an emergency, right? Emergency, a tourniquet is not stitches, you dumb motherfucker, right? There's a big difference between surgery in a hospital and a fucking tourniquet. And if something's an emergency, you use a tourniquet until you can get out of the emergency stage and fix it on a better scale and more long term, right? 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 Where is it? Where's the solution that he's got, that's bigger than what they were going to pass? Again, show me what the fuck he was going to do different from that actual bill. He didn't even read the fucking thing. But if it's an emergency and people are dying and there are rapists coming across and terrorists crossing the border every single fucking day, and you can do anything to mitigate even a third of it, a half of it. What if the person that's going to blow up the next, the fucking Freedom Tower or fucking fly a plane into some building or whatever, what if that person's in the third of people you would have stopped? Don't you owe it to them to do it? And if you don't, aren't you responsible for everything that happens afterwards? Because you're the one that kept any solution from happening at all. And this is the Gordian knot that maggots find themselves in. Because they don't know what the Iran deal is. They don't even know what the fucking exit plan for Afghanistan would have been. Strength and dignity? Fuck off. What do? Write strength and dignity on a fucking piece of paper, and then that's how then hand it to the military and go, that's your evacuation order? Take the military out last. From where? Here's a good idea. I don't know, maybe bring that 5-year-old fucking kid he's been talking about lately back up on stage and go, hey, real quick, if you're going to release 5,000 terrorists into a country that we're going to leave from, do you release them first or do you release them after we leave? If you're going to release 5,000 Taliban fighters, do you do it first or you do it last? If you're going to pull the military out last, maybe after you pull the military out last, the last thing you fucking do is release the 5,000 Taliban fighters. Right? as opposed to releasing them first and making our soldiers stay in country while they're fighting their way across the country until the last fucking second so they can possibly die. By the way, walking around with a fucking broom and a pan, picking up every nut, bolt, and screw in the country. Shut the fuck up.
He had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris
Also, what?
of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to
No, Title 42 did that.
operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children.
And by the way, no. So Title 42 allows you to cross the border multiple times without it being a mark on your record. Title 8 says if you're caught coming across, and this is what the border bill would codify permanently, if you cross and we catch you and you're deported because you don't have a reason to be here, after that, you cannot become a citizen. You lose your ability to become a citizen, and you will be jailed or sent extradited back to your own country if you try it again, right? So that lowers the chance that people come across. But in Title 42, you can cross, you get kicked out, we throw you in Mexico. We don't even adjudicate your case. You don't even go through the process. You don't get a lawyer. You don't get anything. You just get kicked the fuck out. And then if you run across again, we do it again and again and again. So as many times as you want, you can come across. Well, the first time those people come across, they pay a drug mule $8,000 or whatever they fucking have on them to cross into the country. And if they're lucky enough to make it, then they get into the country, right? And then they can sneak around and they can live under the radar, and hopefully they'll either file for asylum or work through an NGO or find a church that will sponsor them or something like that, right? But if they get kicked out, they want to go back in, but now they don't have $8,000. So what are they going to do? The cartels go, I'll tell you what, I'll help you out. You can go across and you can owe us the $8,000 so you can pay us as you work. Or you can carry this across, carry this bag of drugs across, or you can bring these two people with you, right? You could shepherd a kid in for you, right? I got a family in there that's paying their kids outside the country, and their aunt brought them all the way the fuck up here, and they want their kid into the country. He's a cousin, but they're going to raise him as their own kid, and they're willing to pay $16,000, but you got to walk this fucking kid through. It's not your kid. Don't get caught. Get kicked back out. All right, next time, we're going to sexually assault your wife or your girlfriend, then you can go through. That's what set up the cartel system that's happening on the southern border right now. Title 42. That's what did it. It was the Trump response to COVID and the Remain in Mexico thing that started this process, because combined with Title 42 and the lack of adjudication of people coming across, people just fucking there was just this conveyor belt. Just run in. If you manage to make it through, you're good. But if you don't, you get kicked out. And each time, if you want to go back through, you're going to have to carry some drugs. You're going to have to carry some weapons. You're going to have to bring in, fucking intel, or drag some kid, or work with a fucking cartel, bring them a bunch of, ammo or grenades or whatever the fuck, right? Over and over again. Most of the time it's drugs and human trafficking, sex. If you're a woman, that's how you pay. If you're a man, you're going to be carrying drugs. And they hope you get kicked out. Let me tell you something. Thanks to Title fucking 42, the cartels were calling in the people they sent across. After they'd made the drop, after they'd taken the drugs in and opened up the fucking trap and threw the fucking drugs into it and kept walking, like, okay, now I've done it. Now I've carried the drugs across the fucking border. Now I'm on my own. And then they start walking, and the fucking cartels call the Customs and Border Patrol and go, hey, there's a group of people crossing right now. You might want to catch them. And they fucking send them back. And they go, oh, sorry. Fuck you gonna do? All right, I guess not. All right, here. Carry some drugs through. And then they do it again and again and again, setting up their own fucking people. And I have no doubt that there's probably a couple of paid off CBP guys in there that, were working directly. But they didn't even need that. You can just have fucking locals that just like seeing these people tortured helping out. Don't get me started on the access road that was built when they built the wall that allows you to fucking, an old terrain that you used to have to climb up a fucking hill, and you couldn't do it with a family or any of these other fucking people. And now you can roll a fucking rolling suitcase down it and walk around the end of the wall.
Children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop.
It did. It was Title 42. That's what stopped it, you dumbass.
Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number.
By the way, you'll notice he says crossings. This is where he's worried that somebody's going to fact check him later, because it's the recidivism of the same people crossing multiple times. It's a record number of crossings, not a record number of immigrants.
Of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to...
She wasn't the border czar. She was working on mitigating the traffic from where it started. Once it's reached the border, you have a different problem entirely. Does that make sense? Once they're already here, it's an entirely different group of problems. If you can keep them from leaving their home country in the first place, then you can solve the problem before it gets to a critical mass and becomes an emergency.
Undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is...
By the way, why the fuck did you need 94 executive actions to close the border when apparently he's like, all you got to do is sign a piece of paper that says, end the fucking border, like close the border. If only one will do it. Why were there 94? I'll tell you why. Because they were all the stuff about the health emergency. And they ended, like, we want to end all of them because we want to end fucking lockdown.
Is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents...
No, it isn't.
Who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president
Senator,
again.
your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look,
Hold on. First of all, no, they don't. But even in her own poll, they do not support mass deportations. They do believe in rounding up large groups of people. So if there's a big group that's come across, or there's an area where big agribusiness has got a bunch of people working in a plant and that kind of stuff, they believe in checking green cards, and everybody who's in there working illegally goes. If they don't have some sort of mitigating, like they don't have a work visa or some shit like that, they got to go. That's what most people believe in. They don't believe in fucking getting rid of DACA. They don't believe in rounding up fucking children that were here and kicking them out.
Fix this issue.
Hi, Samuel. Yeah.
With a bill that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that...
Well, sitting lawmaker in air quotes, because he's missed 45 of the last 45 votes in the Senate. That's a lot. Just saying. That's a lot.
Congress controls the purse.
Just, by percentage especially.
Strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been.
Also, she's not the border czar, and no, you haven't. And secondly, the being at the border generically there has nothing to do with servicing it. Was there? This would be the idea. Are you fucking Columbo? Is that what we're supposed to believe? That you go down to the border and you take a look and you talk to the people who work there because the fucking phone doesn't work and you can't Zoom from DC or fucking whatever. Grow up. You're not going to walk down there and go, guys, there's a hole in the wall over here. It doesn't work that way. And being there on the ground, specifically when you're supposed to work on the greater strategy that deals with it, is ridiculous. And people who do actually talk to the people on the ground who deal with it and are creating a bigger strategy came up with a fucking bill that would have passed. And Donald Trump threatened House members and Senate members and said, if you don't pass it, basically maggots are going to fucking kill you. And they didn't pass it.
And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course.
What are they doing? They're not allowed to do their job. What are they not allowed to do? If somebody crosses illegally, they're not allowed to catch that person? Seriously. Are they just letting them go? Is that what we're supposed to believe? Did Customs and Border Patrol tell J.D. Vance that they want to stop these people coming in, but they can't? They're like chasing somebody and they go, stand down. They get a stand. Have they gotten a stand down order from anyone ever? No.
Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels.
They don't do that. That's not their gig. And again, there are Customs and Border Patrol people who do that, and there are people in the process who do that. But what are you talking about? Like wall guards? What you mean, I think, is that you want them to round them up, drive them back to the wall, and then just shove them back out the gate, is the theory. Is that what you're asking for? Because then we got to know that, like, do those guys know who they're catching? Do they just, we're to assume that they just grab people because they were out in a field someplace and they just got everybody up, and anybody who didn't have ID on them at the time, they just dump them in fucking Mexico. Is that the plan? So, okay, what about when they do that at a bar? Then what? What happens when they get a few Americans in there and they dump them in there with it, and those people have now they have to go where? To Nogales, so they got to go to fucking Mexico City. They got to find a phone someplace and plot and have somebody meet them at a border position where they stand in line for 2 days to get a chance to prove that they're an American citizen. Yeah? Because that's what's going to happen. That's why you actually have those steps. We used to have that system, and then a bunch of people who were citizens got kicked out of the fucking country, and it was a pain in the ass. So we didn't invent our system of government fucking 3 years ago.
Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look,
No, he's not worried about what you said in Springfield. He's worried about what you've said about Springfield, Ohio,
and in communities all across this country.
Yeah, we're not talking about communities all across this country, fuckwad. You guys singled out Springfield. Stick to the point.
You've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border.
Yeah, no, you're not. No, we're not talking about like we need more home building to mitigate the number of people that are in this city, by the way, who are working also. The Haitians are there legally and they're working. He thinks she changed the law or used the law wrongly, and so he thinks they're illegal because the law shouldn't apply to them. That's his opinion. It's not how the law works, but whatever the fuck. What do you expect? He's from Yale, and so is Ted Cruz, and he's an asshole too. The issue, I think, that he has is that he wants to make this a kind of like broader Mexicans scary kind of story. And it doesn't quite work. That's why Trump keeps bringing up the Congo.
It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify.
Right. For the record, you just heard him discuss an actual policy, the mechanics of the bill and stuff, whereas J.D. Vance was like, look, I may have said that they're eating the cats without saying they're eating the cats, but they're eating the cats.
For our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status.
Now, this is the part where he jumps in. This is a talking point that Vance has been pushing at his rallies.
Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank you,
Margaret. The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the...
All right. Again, that is the facilitation of illegal immigration by our own leadership. Well, elected leaders have the ability to institute policy, which is what makes it legal, dum-dum. Disagreeing with a policy doesn't mean that the policy is illegal. You don't get to be the vice president of the Supreme Court, which is what he's trying to be here.
The legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that
they cut their mics on this one or whatever. It's like he specifically says the law, and the laws are the same. Like, this is how it works. They just technology is improved, dummy.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
Boys.
Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a
Thank you, Margaret, for shutting these fuckers up.
top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics.
Each? Really? Because the Harris administration, the Harris campaign, rather, put out an 80-page economic plan. 80 pages. Donald Trump has concepts of a plan. Tariffs will pay for everything.
Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And
It's 1.2 trillion, by the way, over 10 years.
Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
By the way, fucking stuck the landing on that. Tim Walz for the fucking win. Just every single one of the beats, nailed them tight, and then stuck the landing on. You're gonna have everything you need, and a little bit of a zing in Trump's direction, but focused mostly on policy. And again, there's an 80-page fucking document that breaks down what he's just talking about. And he's clearly read the fucking thing. And he's made the case that they have done similar programs in Minnesota, which is one of the reasons why he was picked to be the VP, because he's actively implemented these things as governor. He's done it. It's just, in the same way that like the ACA, everybody talked about how it was Romney Care and it started out in Massachusetts and it grew from that, whatever. Cool. They pilot it in Massachusetts and they blow it up to the United States. Like that's how a lot of governors actually do implement, especially in the bigger states like Texas, California, and Florida with large populations, large economies. They can take if a program works in one of those, it can probably be extrapolated out over the country if it's functional. Obviously, Texas and Florida don't have as many of those plans that work because of the people that run the fucking joint, but California has. And we've seen a lot of programs that were grown in California that have spread to the rest of the country and become normal.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the...
Yeah, $1.6 trillion from Harris's plan. What would the Trump plan add to the deficit?
Trump plan, and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion.
Which I think is more.
My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, I'd love to answer that question, but I want to start with reading a poem. It's more of a limerick that I wrote in Hillbilly Elegy.
First of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because
she's vice president.
She's been the vice president for 3.5 years.
Yes, she's been the vice president. She's the vice president. She doesn't get to sign legislation. She doesn't get to prioritize stuff. She doesn't even have to pick she doesn't get to pick the fucking cabinet.
She had the opportunity to.
No, she hasn't. She has not had the opportunity. Otherwise, why the fuck does any vice president ever need to run for office? Didn't George H.W. Bush have the same powers as the president for 8 fucking years, you dum-dum?
To enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%.
By the way, during Trump, if you don't count COVID, the cost of food overall was up like 21% following inflation and the pressure that it put on there over the course of his entire presidency. Not including the COVID dump, about 21%. Not including the COVID impact, the Biden has been 23%. This is how that's why, quite frankly, people are squealing for political reasons, but it's not changing their lifestyle. This is why the Fed was having such a hard fucking time, because consumers weren't stopping spending.
Drive the cost of housing.
Yes, somebody's like, Hal, do you remember all the Pence policies? Oh, yes, Project Pence. Yeah.
Higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans.
Also, why does opening, this is, fundamentally a fucked up idea. Opening the southern border makes the middle-class lifestyle unaffordable. Quite frankly, a lot of middle-class, lower middle-class too, people end up adding to their quality of life by hiring undocumented people to do work for them on their home, on their yard, in their, taking care of their fucking grandmother. That's how you live in upper class, like a lower upper class or a upper middle class lifestyle on the cheap. That's how a lot of them do it. They troll fucking Home Depot and find very competent, by the way, hardworking people to pay, a half of what they would pay an American or a citizen to do it. Right? That's how they balloon their lifestyle up. So the idea that this is like, they're going to come here and steal your jobs. This is this weird thing. Like, it's another version of Trump's whole thing about, like, they're coming here to take the black jobs, because apparently black people only do jobs that can be taken by people from foreign countries that nobody knows exists, that speak a language no one can speak, and they come from asylum. So they're insane and they don't speak a recognizable language, but apparently they can take jobs from black people, because those are the kind of jobs black people have, are the kind that can be stolen by insane people who don't not only speak English, but any recognizable language. Can you imagine being that racist?
Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now.
She can't. She's building on what the Biden administration is doing, and that building is already happening. And, this is really fucking weird. Trump and Vance have been trying to push this, and it's almost like they're taking a talking point about Biden and just trying to repurpose it. Anything he wants to do in the next term, why aren't you doing it right now, right? Yeah, you've been president for 4 years. Why haven't you done it? If you're going to do it next time, why not do it now, right? That's they basically just switched the names.
Not one asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans.
Or it tells us a lot about how you don't understand how the fucking job you're seeking actually works. Seriously, you are running to be the vice president. What the fuck do you think you're going to be able to do? By the way, does Trump know that you think you can implement policy ahead of him? Does Trump know that he thinks that you think you can sign fucking legislation? Does Trump know that you can negotiate policy and bills with the House and Senate that aren't in line with whatever the fuck he's going to be doing? You're running to be the vice president, motherfucker. This tells us more about what you think you can do. Right? Can you be this dumb about the gig?
Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record.
It's a concept of a plan, and it's not a record. If you want to talk about the record, Jimmy Carter created more jobs than Donald Trump with fewer people in the population. Please continue.
A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense.
Oh, right. This is the common sense part. Common sense dictates that Bitcoin is a bit like a coin. When Trump and J.D. Vance say common sense, I want to remind you what they're really talking about is common misconceptions.
And they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country.
No, it rode in off the Obama fix after 2008.
1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security.
By the way, no, you don't get to count COVID's deflationary impacts on the overall inflation during your time in office, which was the same / higher than it was under Obama. Just because the entire country took a shit because of his mismanagement of COVID does not mean you go, well, we had deflationary pressure that collapsed the economy. You know, gas went to, like oil went to negative $35 a barrel because the whole world came to a standstill. So I want credit for the cost of energy over the course of those 4 years, prorated out. Get the fuck out of here. That's the kind of math that fucking bankrupts a casino.
Security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record.
No, I don't. By the way, your record is not your plan. His record is he started a recession before COVID hit. But COVID was so bad, it basically drowned it how bad it was. Like a minor recession was just kind of eaten up by the fact that we were in, it basically hid it. Right? What's the other part of it? That he signed Mitch McConnell's tax break that he'd had on his desk for a fucking decade?
Delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to...
Ooh, a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to who?
Middle class and working class Americans.
Okay, so this is the idea. You know how he says that tariffs aren't a cost that they pass on to consumers? What this asshole wants you to believe is that the tax cut that he gave to corporations didn't go into stock buybacks, didn't go back into like padding their bottom line. They paid their employees more. That's yeah. That's what he wants to. That's what he's selling. It's adorable. By the way, no.
It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in.
No, you didn't. If you saw an American economic boom like we'd never seen, why the fuck was Donald Trump asking for negative interest rates to head off the recession that everybody in his cabinet, including Kudlow, was telling him was coming because of his tax cuts? If there was an economic boom, why would you need that? Why would you need to go from like 0.5% interest rates to negative interest rates? Why the fuck would you be chasing that shit?
In a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills.
All right, this is just appeal to emotion in a debate. That's what he's doing. You'll notice that Walz dumped a ton of specifics. And this is, look, you're hurting. And I want you to think about, weren't things better when you were just happy that Trump was elected because you felt better than if Hillary had been elected because chicks, am I right?
It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Yeah, bring back common sense. For example, what do and by the way, again, when he says common sense, he means common misconceptions.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things, we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods.
Real quick. First of all, I don't know what the fuck experts he was talking about in that regard, but we did. We did, you dumb motherfucker. We shipped stuff overseas, and we did get cheaper goods at the expense of certain areas in the country where the manufacturing base was. But that's exactly what fucking happened. Remember when flat screens looked like a fucking barn in your room and they cost $9,000? They did get cheaper, you dumb fuck. The point is, where's the trade-off? How cheap is too cheap? Honest to God, like, does this motherfucker have any idea how many of the things that he's touching right there, that microphone, the fucking pin he's probably wearing, although I would guess that both of them got them at the Senate or the Washington Chop, and those are American-made flag pins. I certainly hope so. But a good portion of what's the microphones on the stage or whatever are assembled in China. Why? Because it's cheaper. Because they went from being a $16,000 item to a $800 item. That's why. They are cheaper, you dumb fuck. That's the issue. If they weren't cheaper, it never would have fucking happened. What do you think, they're going to move these factories overseas so we can pay the same or more? What are you talking about? How does anybody even process it? And again, this is not common sense. This is a common misconception on their side. I don't know anybody who thinks that, like, fucking moving shit to China didn't get us cheaper goods. It's exactly what it gives. You want to argue about quality? That's a good argument worth having. You want to argue about intellectual property theft? That's a great conversation to have. But cheaper is kind of inarguable, don't you think?
They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that.
No, they weren't. The definition was the working class where the people got screwed. The middle class did grow, you dumbass. It just costs went up because of the availability of all kinds of shit. And again, wait till I think he even mentions fucking NAFTA when you're like, aren't you saying USMCA is in place right now?
They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. What
do you mean, the carrier plant, Foxconn? Where? When? What the fuck are you talking about? The USMCA was about punting more stuff to Mexico instead of China. That's all.
unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I have 3 beautiful little kids at home, too, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This
Also, by the way, what he means by nations that hate us, he means China. And the people of China don't hate us. And the people of China also don't know that where the drugs they're making are going when they make them. When they make ibuprofen, they make it for the whole fucking world. Okay? They make it, they don't go, oh, this is the American bottle and that's the fucking India bottle and that's the Russia bottle and stuff. They just fucking fill the bottles for whoever. They're not like, oh, I hate Americans. Send them the bad ibuprofen. They just make it. And the reason we buy it from them is not because it's the only place to buy it. It's just because it's the cheapest and it passes the quality test. That's why. This happened. There's this lie about all, like, we get 80% of our blah, blah, blah from China. Okay, you know why? Because it's cheapest and it matches the quality that we need. If that's ever not true, there's a bunch of other places we can move to. You know where? The places we get the other 20% from, you dumbass.
This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator,
no, he didn't. All right, that part just drives me fucking crazy.
time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into.
Whoop! There's a zing it. That's aimed directly at his background as a venture capitalist.
Companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz...
I understand why Walz is getting defensive about this. It's not a gross generalization. It's a total mischaracterization of what he said. It's super fucking, and it's weird. And here's the thing. It's so jumbled, I don't think it lands with anybody. And it just sounds like a retort. And so I'm sure people who like Vance would like it. But everybody else who's listening to this is like, I'm not quite sure what the fuck he's talking about. Listen to this again. Listen to what he says to describe this whole thing.
First of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
No, that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play.
This is super fucking weird. There's no there. I like, this sounds like, these are like the words of an argument without an actual argument. It's one of those, he'd done it before, and this is a rhetorical trick. It's interesting to watch out for in the future from this guy, is this whole, what you're saying sounds great, but, people don't need stuff that sounds great. They need stuff that works. And Donald Trump's stuff works and doesn't just sound great. And if you're just going to focus on sounding great, and then what I hear from you is that it's fine if it sounds great, but, we like things that work. And that's the important thing. And we're going to keep doing that as long as Donald Trump is president. Like he talks like that in his rallies, too. It's the same shit. It means nothing. It's super odd. Thanks, Levendy. And by the way, hit that like, share the show, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going through the whole thing because that's what I do.
Whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did.
Yeah, until he didn't, until his actual economic policies kicked in, and then they started to decline, and then COVID hit because of his mismanagement, and he shit the bed.
Got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did.
No, he didn't. He had normal/rising inflation, which is why he wanted a negative interest rate. And then he had a recession right before COVID hit. And COVID was such a giant hole in the economy that it created the illusion of no inflation because of deflationary pressure it created. This motherfucker thinks we can't solve for X in an algebraic equation when X is fucking COVID.
And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record.
Oh, you mean the 4% unemployment and the 42,000 stock market and rising wages and like unemployment numbers that haven't been seen in like 60 years?
Which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens.
No, they're ask the Fed. They're too affordable, even at a higher price. That's the part that everybody thinks is monetary inflation.
Was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can.
Well, then why are you a member of a party that wants to destroy Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security?
Do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economics.
Yeah, we'll take you back to 1935 when coffee cost a nickel. Yeah, that's it we're going to do, see? When a newspaper was 2 bits. That's the kind of America that we want. The old America. You can keep the same amount of money you make every day, but everything's going to cost the same as it cost in 1932.
Economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your.
No, that's a Biden thing. Let's be abundantly clear. George H.W. Bush was not referencing what the fuck Dan Quayle said. And quite frankly, Bill Clinton was not powwowing with fucking Al Gore by himself. Dick Cheney was the last guy in the room because he was the first guy in the room. It was the last guy in the room was Bush Jr. because he was getting the update on what the plan would be that Cheney had put in place. And you think Trump listened to fucking Pence at all? Pence was the last guy in the room because Trump fell asleep in his chair during the fucking COVID calls.
Leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. Mm-hmm. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done,
it's a smart way
working
to deal
on
with
veterans
this.
benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to...
Well, I think the Xi Jinping thing might be true, but the trade war thing he would still do. He would still fucking, he would still lose the trade war. He would still try it because he's dumb. I mean, if he's seen Art of the Deal, it's a fucking embarrassment.
Understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said.
I got news for you. He wasn't there when the shooting happened, but the fucking Tiananmen Square shit was going on for months afterwards. And it is not weird to have an overlap in fucking 1989 of that time, because if you went there in August or the fucking winter of the same year, I guarantee you were talking with activists and other people who were speaking on the down low about what had just happened. And I don't know how good his Chinese is, but I guarantee that was part of the experience. He was there as that shit was after it happens. He wasn't there when the actual shooting occurred, but during the time of upheaval. That's just how you answer it.
So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest.
Okay, so they brought that up because they could and should, and it's fine that they do, but largely so they could tee this shit up. Because you can't just go straight to this dickhead about it, and then, because if you go to this, even if they went to him first and asked this, the Hitler stuff, and then they go to Walz afterwards, everybody would complain. So they went to Walz and attacked him first, and then they came over there. So they could basically mute the criticism that they would get.
Office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear? And
okay, real quick before he answers, because we watched this earlier. He's going to say, I believed what the press told me about Trump, and then I learned the real man. And that's why he shifted away from the America's Hitler thing. But does that mean that when he was talking about the economic stuff, that he didn't understand economics at the time? That he was listening to too many experts, and then suddenly, I guess he got common sense?
And not just the advice he wants to hear. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to...
Right, yeah. Obviously, you said that shit before the Jeffrey Epstein video came out, and before the Access Hollywood tape came out, and before he said he just can't stop himself from kissing a woman. He just won't stop, and you grab him by the pussy, and they let you do it because when you're a celebrity, they let you do it and stuff. And by the way, I couldn't have raped that woman. She was too ugly to rape. I would have raped somebody else. That's just how I am, right? That was all before that, right?
To be dishonest fabrications of his record, but most importantly...
Really? Dishonest fabrications of his record, which would be what?
Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages...
collapsing economy, no COVID response, the end of the cops bill that would have more than likely bounced Derek Chauvin before he had a chance to kill George Floyd, a myriad of things.
Rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that
No, the wall made it worse.
I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from...
Yes, you may have a lot of tape of me saying really shitty stuff about women, for example.
2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think
women shouldn't really be working and grandmas are for raising babies.
there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if
Who the fuck is we?
Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there.
Really? So like, let's say a border bill comes across your desk. Aha!
There were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example.
Fuck you.
Where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so.
Sorry. The Infrastructure Act. What's in it that Trump couldn't have passed? What bridge building technology? What new version of asphalt? What fiber optic invention was created since Biden became president during the tail end of fucking COVID and into the current time period that made it impossible to pass that infrastructure bill while Trump was president? What was it? What was what was one fucking thing in the infrastructure bill that was impossible until fucking 2021?
Obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax.
He didn't just say it. He said it a while ago, like 9 questions ago.
Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs.
Yeah, that word "some" kind of matters. Yeah, the word "some." Do you get the word "some"? Some, like the ones that work, and the ones that weren't part of that "some" you would not have because they suck and don't work, right?
That protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration. It's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ.
No. She supported the tariffs he kept on. She just doesn't believe in blanket tariffs, which is Trump's record. She's run away from Trump's record because she didn't participate in it. Why should she? Also, he smells.
Slave laborers in China at $3 a day. You're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers.
Yeah, I know that's why people had a problem with Trump's ties and his hats and shit until he got caught.
Unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Oh, like you mean like the Chips and Science Act does? Good. Okay, so Trump, when did Trump pass the Chips and Science Act?
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us.
So great, by the way, the framing of it, 52 years of personal autonomy. It's like, as far as phrases goes, I think that works and they should keep working.
We send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks, She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duval, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond?
By the way, the follow-up that he does about how, like, it's a false choice between giving women reproductive rights and actually being pro-family is probably his best chunk, and I hope they play that up in the coming days.
The governor's claim. Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, I won't do that. People, rednecks in Congress will do it. Probably Chip Roy. We'll just sign it.
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know
Yeah, certainly we won't. It's not the White House that comes up with those kind of things. Stephen Miller will make a few phone calls, obviously, but mostly it will be drafted by the Freedom Caucasians, and then Trump will sign it.
A lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working-class family in a neighborhood
oh, dear.
where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you.
All right. Either she's a relative or it's his kid. Because he doesn't say, it's just fucking weird.
And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly...
Yeah, obviously, by the way, innocent life does not include women, even if they are sexually assaulted. Let's be abundantly clear. You bitches ate the apple, so everything since then is all your fault. So there are no innocent women in the world, according to this dickhead.
Proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on.
Here's a good idea. Maybe support public education, public meal programs, anti-poverty stuff, child tax credits, stuff like that that makes it easier to have a child so that it's not, you know, what George Carlin said, if you're preborn, you're fine. If you're preschool, you're fucked.
On this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald...
Why wouldn't they trust a guy who's was Jeffrey Epstein's wingman for 2.5 decades?
Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it
Yeah, fertility treatments aren't the same as IVF. I think you just mean Viagra.
Easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford...
Yeah. How? Because Walz and Harris have discussed exactly how. The Biden administration has done it. You think it was Democrats that killed the child tax credit? Let it expire? You think they don't want to keep it? Who voted against it? Who?
Afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options.
Great. Say one of them. right? Because you do realize just saying what the issue is isn't actually a policy. Houses are too expensive. Cool. What are you going to do about it? Food is very expensive. All right. How are you going to lower the cost of food?
Now, of course,
How settle this, please. Will they track pregnancies or not? Yes. Yes, they will.
Donald Trump has been very clear that on the
He will not sign a bill that makes it illegal, and states that do it will be part of a greater registry that they will share. And if eventually there's an abortion ban that makes it through Congress, Trump will sign it, and it will include that.
abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint.
Then the women in Georgia should decide when they get pregnant to not have an abortion. And the women in California can have one if they decide very early within the legal limits that of viability, like we always had under fucking Roe v. Wade. If you have different of opinions about whether or not that's good, then you live that. You don't enforce it secondarily on your citizens so that women have to choose what rights they want by what state they live in.
Point from Arizona, and the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions. Let the
Yes, let the majority of voters in an area decide whether women's rights exist in their state by state lines.
individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question
Yeah.
about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example,
That would ban it past that standard, right? So you set, let's say this, you have a standard, and then after that standard, you can't do it. That would be a ban.
we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would
By the way, does anybody think that like hardcore anti-choice assholes like this will be fine with states that allow it when the majority eventually get around to do it? Because I got news for you. They start passing something in Texas and in Florida after a few women die and people are like, fuck this, and we get right back to what caused Roe v. Wade in the first place, where almost every state that has more than 1 million people in it votes to allow abortion on basically the same arc that you had it under Roe v. Wade. You think this motherfucker's going to be satisfied to not do a national ban? You think the right-wingers that support Trump and Vance and Pence and that crowd are going to be okay with like, well, I guess we lost lost that one. You got to take one on the chin for Jesus.
Love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I
Who's we? You're talking on behalf of babies?
are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that.
Again, how? You'll notice there's not a single fucking policy in any of these things. Honest to God, like, let's just say, from a totally nonpartisan, let's say there's an independent out there somewhere watching this, and you watch this thing. What the fuck have you seen in terms of actual material policy, whether money invested or a program or a bill or a law passed legitimately that would solve any of this shit from Vance's side? From Walz's side, there's been a bunch of them. I mean, he's talking about stuff they've done in Minnesota. They would do it on a national level, right? Like passing the border bill. That's a material thing. What's in it? The compromise is even there. You would pass it. Was there a bill that you heard from him, or just you could do it with an executive order and we'll just implement the Trump policies, even though you would literally, to implement those policies, you would need to have another pandemic. But was there a single policy in what he just said? Or is he just talking about the problem and not the solution? Dude, anybody can tell a red light is a fucking red light. Are you going to stop, though? Right? Do you know that red light means stop and green light means go? If you can tell me what color they are, that's fine. What the fuck do you do?
And that's what real leadership is.
Again, real leadership is having a plan, not a concept of a plan.
Your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women, pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it,
By the way, this is interesting because this is the first time in this whole thing where J.D. Vance stopped looking over at him while he was talking, because he knows he doesn't have a good answer for this. And he also doesn't know if any of it is true or not. Like, these are all details that it never occurred to Alina Habba to go, he's from Minnesota and they've done, or Minneapolis or Minnesota, and they've done this, this, and this. And he might bring this up when we're talking about this issue. They don't give a fuck.
top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was.
By the way, there are a lot of people that should still be alive is coded language for fetuses. Just letting you know.
And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is.
And it was a little like convoluted where he said they were like hiding behind these things when you're not going to propose them in your budget is another way of saying that they have concepts of a plan on how to help families grow and not an actual plan. There is no policy. There is no budget. There is no legislation that they have in mind to help it with any of these things. As a matter of fact, even if they, did come up with one, Republicans would be the ones that would kill the bill.
Proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there.
Yeah, I gave you he answered. There you go. Thanks, Leggett. I'm not too sleepy. I'm just aggravated. I'm all right. Okay, hit the like, by the way, share the show, etc.
There's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Love it. And there's a commercial right now. There's a commercial, too. By the way, I have a podcast, version of the show, the House Parks podcast, Megaworldwide. Subscribe today, won't you? I need to get my numbers up.
Welcome back to the CBS.
It's new. I mean, it's a new thing. So new things take a while, but it would be really helpful if you subscribe to it. If you on Apple or Spotify or any of those things, just saying.
CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no.
That's leadership.
And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous.
Right, or forgets to lock up their gun that the kid steals because they know their kid's dangerous, but they don't lock them up because they got a Trump flag on their car and they don't think guns need to be freer than children.
Look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually...
Real quick. Yeah, we do have to do better. What does doing better mean? I gotta say, I didn't really notice as much in the first watching of this how much vague bullshit Vance is chucking around. This is some of the most vapid, aimless, ungrounded nonsense Every fucking thing is just sort of a reiteration of, I'm aware of what the problem is. What are you going to do about it? Well, you know, the government isn't the solution for everything, but if there is a solution, then solutions are what we're going to be out. We're just going to do what we did before when the numbers were just as bad, and we'll pretend they were better then. Like, it's so fucking weak.
You probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90%, in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms.
Okay, whoa. Bullshit. What he's using is what you would effectively call the gang and felon rule to hide the gun problem we're discussing. School shootings, vast majority of them, including, by the way, 50% of the attacks on Trump that we're aware of were done with legally obtained guns. Thomas Crooks had a legally obtained gun, owned it, sold it, you know, or like bought it and took it to a range, shot it all the time, right? Ruth managed to dig up an old rusty fucking AK-47 or a variance on that, and he'd had a gun charge before, but he was still able to get a gun. But half of the guns that were involved in shooting at this fuckhead, or his boss anyways, at Trump, were legally purchased and owned. Almost all the school shooters, I'm literally racking my brain trying to figure out one that didn't come by their gun legally, but like Lake Forest, Illinois, the guy who shot up the fucking parade, all that stuff, all of them like were legally purchased. Thomas Crooks was a legal gun owner until he opened fire from that roof. If he hadn't pulled the trigger, he'd still be a legal gun owner.
And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is...
Okay, again, percentage with no baseline. What he's talking about is like 30 versus 110. And again, immeasurable. Like, where the fuck did they, like, the idea that because the fucking Venezuelans in that video that everybody saw, one of them was holding an AK-47 that was, by the way, not fully auto. It was single shot, which you can buy in a bunch of places in fucking Texas. Didn't come across the fucking border.
Is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago.
Prove it. Prove it. I call bullshit.
But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think...
Obviously, send kids to prison. Make the school like a prison. Basically, fortify it like a prison. Put a big wall around it. Seal them in there. You know, just lock them in. You know, basically the school equivalent of keeping them in the basement while you go to work.
The answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the...
Right. Yeah, we already took care of that asshole. Because of COVID, they changed the ventilation. They added a bunch of funding to help schools. All that shit already happens, dumb fuck. Seriously. Like, every school you go to now has a fucking portal entry like it's a fucking hab on the surface of Mars.
Windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase...
Make the windows stronger. Bulletproof glass? I mean, what's short of bulletproof? What do you mean stronger? They're either strong enough to withstand a bullet, or they're fucking still glass. What are you talking about?
School resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for...
Here's a good idea. Red flag laws and tighter rules on gun sales and cracking down on straw man purchases and that kind of stuff. Economically speaking, you're spending less to do that and saving more lives than you are putting bulletproof glass on every fucking middle school in the country. Also, by the way, real quick, What happens if a student or somebody gets into the school with a gun and now they're inside a building that's basically a fortress with bulletproof glass? How do you get them out? What exactly? I guess does the local police officers have to roll up like fucking Waco with one of those dragnet fucking tanks?
For how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting, and I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression.
Mental health, substance abuse. So, by the way, there's a response from Walls on this where he says, we can't just blame it on mental health. I agree. But can I be a little nitpicky about this, if you don't mind, since we're doing this anyways? Listen to what he says. He doesn't say just mental health.
Abuse or mental health, substance abuse.
Mental health, substance abuse. So it's not just crazy people. It's crazy drug addicts that are doing all this. By the way, what's the substance you're talking about? Fucking Ritalin or vaccines like crack?
We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety.
No, we don't. We just name them more. It's the psychological industry in the United States is like Eskimos and snow. It's the same snow. We just have a lot of different names for it, and we categorize a lot of stuff. It's why we're on the cutting edge of medicine in a lot of areas, and why we lag behind technologically other countries, because we got too stuck on one theory for a long time. That's why.
We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get.
Yes, and none of the people that you're talking about are suffering from depression or anxiety, which is where the 80% of the fucking quote-unquote crisis is. I got news for you. Most alcoholics and drug addicts don't shoot up anywhere, except themselves, I guess.
To the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it.
Great, then solve that. What are you talking about? Forced institutionalization? What do you mean? Again, I don't give a fuck. Say something. If you're going to blame it or open it up as an idea, if you're going to present that that's part of the problem, cool. How are you going to solve that? Besides forced institutionalization, which I think is what you're maybe getting at without having the balls to actually do it.
Another driver of the gun violence epidemic.
I don't give a fuck what the other driver is. Solve the one you just mentioned, you dumb son of a bitch. What does that mean? He might as well be saying the problem with schools is they have ceilings. You know, and with a ceiling, you know, anybody, you know, they can put a ladder on the side of the school and, you know, they'll walk around on the top of the school and maybe they'll find a way in. And so ceilings might be the issue. I don't know. Honestly, just tell me the problem is the grass outside the school is green most of the year. What's the difference? What's the difference between saying that and we have a mental health issue in the country? If you're not going to figure out how to fucking solve it or deal with it. What do you mean? Here's a good idea. Don't let people who are nuts get guns. Oh, wait, Donald Trump signed an executive order rescinding the Obama rule about people with mental health issues that make them dangerous get a gun.
Epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets.
Yeah, that's not a mental health plan, motherfucker. Okay, cool. You got all the criminals that are going to shoot up a fucking school off the street. Hey, real quick, how many habitual school shooters are there? Right? How many school shooters are on their third fucking school shooting? Because by my count, they all have one. And if they live, they go to jail for a very long time or they die. Right? What the fuck kind of like, we got to get the bad guys off the streets? It's too late, motherfucker. They've already shot up the school. What the hell are you talking about?
I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools
Like what? Oh my God. Like, okay, this is driving me nuts. Now this is an issue. Now this has got to, somebody's got to fucking talk about this. There's not a single fucking plan in any of this shit that I've heard so far, except we need to build a wall around our school and make the locks stronger. Motherfucker.
We've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was the NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora.
There you go. So this was really from his point of view about, like, because they've already said extended background checks, red flag laws, that's already been established. So his follow-up answer was about was basically selling how their bipartisanship, right? That's what he's saying. We can work together, you know, and find common ground. They've already established, though. He mentioned it. He's done it in Minnesota. He said they have red flag laws, tightened gun laws, regulations about what you can have, you know, limiting, you know, magazine capacity, shit like that.
Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. First, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this.
Oh, by the way, this is kind of important too. And I don't know where she got this, whatever. But when the government gives you $25,000 as for that house or whatever, you eventually pay it back as part of your payment to the government. So it basically gives you the seed money, or it raises the like what you can afford as far as a down payment. It adds $25,000 to what you can put down. So let's say you have $75,000, you need $100, you get that extra $25, and that's what gets you over the top and allows you to get a loan. You still have to pay the government back that $25,000. You don't get to keep it. It comes out in part of your mortgage payment because you got that assistance over time, very slowly, very small, right? You pay it back with interest, by the way. Just a low interest rate, like a half a percentage point or whatever. But it's not just, well, here's 25 grand, run, whatever. It's specific to first-time home buyers, so it's a very narrow group of people anyways. And then on top of that, you pay back part of it to the government over time. Are you wishing for rehabbing houses? I agree. I also think it should be true of anybody who hasn't owned a home in 10 years. Because a lot of people got screwed in 2008, for example, and they would be on their second home for all practical purposes, but they haven't been able to buy a new home since then because they got the fucking rug pulled out from under them, for example.
The problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those listening tonight, that's a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Also, there's been a weird thing over the last, and you can see it in San Francisco and a couple other big cities. LA has this problem as well, is that there's such a focus on what's called low-income housing specifically, which is not transitional housing. It's like projects, and they don't get better. And you'll notice that the Harris plan, the campaign is talking about affordable housing and a lot of starter homes, because there are a lot of houses that, quite frankly, kind of suck. There's a lot of apartment buildings that, frankly, kind of suck. But if they're clean and they're kept well, they're good entry-level stuff for people who maybe are only temporarily in an area, maybe only living there for a job, aren't going to lay down roots for 25 or 30 fucking years. They're those kind of houses, right? But if you did, they could be decent enough over time, right? But the problem is there was this idea that we're going to build low-income housing for all those people who need those houses at that level. And what happens is you have a constricting number of what would be effectively middle-class homes. The rich don't need any help building a fucking home. They can spend all the money they want on a bigger and taller and fuller house in a piece of property. If they can't do it in Beverly Hills, they can do it in Antelope Valley, and it doesn't fucking matter. And the low-income stuff is subsidized by the government and gets nicer and nicer, but broader and broader, and fewer units are available because you can only build so many. And the middle-class houses get fucking squeezed, because the good ones get bought up and turned into giant homes, and the bad ones decay to the point where they turn into Section 8 housing. And gentrification has been one of the, got a bad rep. But in LA, it was effectively taking these houses that used to be nice, that went to shit, back to being nice. And there weren't enough of those. And so what happens is people pay way too much for a relatively shitty place when they've got kids, and they should be able to afford something a little bigger if there were more middle-class size homes. And those people end up booting out the poor people who could, under normal circumstances, pay a little bit less for an apartment or something like that. Those people get shuffled out because the middle class people can't afford what would effectively be a middle class home. So they end up cramped into a smaller place because it's all they can afford. And then the people who can't afford even that get pushed down even further. And they end up having to build shelters. It's the middle class. That's why the bottom up, middle out approach of the Biden administration actually fucking works. By the way, my headphones keep wanting to die, so we'll see.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove...
Yeah, they're going to build people are going to live in the middle of fucking Yosemite on top of a giant geyser. I'm going to put one of my headphones in there just in case the other one dies. I can swap it out, and it'll still have some, thinking ahead.
Regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this
in Death Valley, obviously,
plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim.
Yeah, pass the border bill.
25 million illegal.
Also, no, it doesn't. Again, people in Springfield, Ohio are not squoze because the starter homes are being bought up by immigrant families. In those situations where those folks are in a house, there's like fucking 14 people living in a 3-bedroom house. This has been going on since America started. Look at like Asian families starting a restaurant, living upstairs. Right? The whole family, like 18 fucking people living in the back or upstairs. Like, this has always gone on. The problem here is large corporations and foreign investors through LLCs and the ability to mask who's involved in the LLC, buying up houses and buildings in the United States and leaving them vacant because if they have to sell them, they don't want to have to broom people out first.
Illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have...
No, it isn't. Not by any stretch of the fucking imagination. And coming up with 3 cities where there's a population imbalance and you can find they had empty buildings there in the first place. Like, you talk about this, like, little dead cities where these apartment buildings used to be full and everybody moved out. And now migrants come in and they're working there and they're now filling up those empty buildings again is not the same thing as like, oh, fuck, now I can't afford an apartment.
Massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside.
That's because homes have gotten bigger and more complicated, and they made more of them during COVID, and more people bought homes and put on down payments during COVID than at any time in history, because people started working from home, and a lot of people were like, once this goes back, I'm not going back to the office. I'll work from home forever now. And so they started buying places. I mean, Jesus Christ, we built this place during COVID, and I've been doing my show from here.
Massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here
the most important thing is his ideas actually have numbers attached to them, and I'm just talking out of my ass.
Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she
Okay, this is such a lame argument.
wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her.
All right, asshole. So you think as VP you can do these things? I got to say, moderators, for all the shit they're giving you, one of the ways you could have pushed back on him that would have been really fucking fantastic if you were really going to fact check him is go, well, she is the vice president. She can't enact policy. You do realize that you're running to be vice president. Do you believe you can enact policy on behalf of the administration? You can do it. You can sign executive orders. Do you believe that?
Not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill.
Sorry. Drill baby drill is going to do
baby
it?
drill.
How do you do that? What's drill baby drill? You're going to hold a gun to the head of like the oil companies and go, produce more of your product so it costs less. Force or coercion, which is it? Carrot or stick? You going to subsidize them or are you going to threaten them? Which is it?
One of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy.
Right, but if the cost of like the wood itself craters like it did, it's a zero sum anyways. If home building, especially when they do them in mass, if that goes down, then what the fuck difference does it make if the oil price goes up because they're saving the money elsewhere?
Energy, you will get immediate.
Oh, my fucking headphone died. Hold on. It's good times. I think I have another set, so I might have to jump over to there, see if this allows me to.
Pricing release.
See if this.
Release.
Oh, hold on. I have to re-kick in this thing. Fucking living.
For American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want
I love how, like, I think Wall says, can I have it?
to answer?
Can I have it?
Where? Yeah.
It's so great. Can I have it?
Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used. And they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And
Yeah. You know, all those federal lands. Where? In the middle of fucking Idaho? So we're going to make roads out there, too, where nobody's. You're just going to. Where? I'm just, again, one fucking place. One. If you're going to bring up. He's going to use federal lands. Maybe just give us one fucking place. Yes, Death Valley, Salton Sea, where the eastern face of the Grand Canyon. We're going to build cave homes.
I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot.
Yeah, great. What do you mean? He just told you federal government can't do that. What do you mean?
Of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually.
By the way, I gotta look for that. Hold on, while he's talking. Hold on, let me see if I can. By the way, hi, chat room. Let me say hi real quick. Hi, how are you? Let's see. Fed program. Sorry. It'd be Fed study, immigrants, housing costs, something like that. Immigration is a double-edged sword for housing costs. J.D. Vance repeatedly claimed illegal immigration is driving up housing costs. Well, scapegoat immigrants, corporate speculators for high housing costs. Immigration is a double-edged sword. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Joe Powell says the real issue behind the housing crisis is, okay. Let's see if there's, whoops, hold on. Genthal. Housing crisis is not something the Fed can really fix. Here's why Americans can do. Okay, that's not in there. Immigration is a uneven VP debate. Immigration, double-edged sword. June speech by Michelle Bowman, 7 members of the Fed Board of Governors. Given the current low inventory of affordable housing, the inflow of new immigrants in some geographic areas could result in upward pressure on rents, said Bowman, a former banker who is appointed by President Trump. Economists say immigration is a double-edged sword for housing. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is, by the way, let me show you this. This is where he's getting this from, it seems. What he's referencing is Michelle Bowman talking, citing what he called a Federal Reserve study that really drills down on the connection. It wasn't immediately clear what he was referring to, but it may have been a June speech by Michelle Bowman, one of the 7 members of the Fed's Board of Governors. Given the current low inventory of affordable housing, the inflow of new immigrants to some geographic areas could result in upward pressure on rents, not on ownership, on rents. Also, some geographic areas and current low inventory of affordable housing. Again, a phrase versus, low income housing or something like that.
That really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to.
Yeah, this is so fucking weird. He does this like this weird fixation they have on I guess on building codes, I guess, are somehow to blame.
To do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz.
Yeah, because they're not licensed to do it and they would fall down crushing the people inside or catch fire.
We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
Yeah, you don't get a free house just for coming here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local. Many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen.
By the way, there's almost like a pretend answer for that. He doesn't have one. Like, Vance doesn't actually have one. There is no, again, what restrictions are the federal government putting on the ability to build housing? That's all local. It's all city councils are to blame in big cities, especially like LA and New York and other places, are more responsible for the lack of available housing than any other thing. And most of the time, especially if it's an area like California where the real estate has, is the primary driver of the economy. People buy, nice houses, big lawns and all that kind of stuff, that they don't want to lower that investment by putting too much inventory on the market too quickly. So, because everybody starts griping that their home prices are going down, right? And so they get mad about it. So they're worried about getting reelected, so they don't allow more building.
We have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked...
Literally, I have to say, the dumbest fucking thing said in a presidential debate, certainly in my lifetime, and probably as long as people have been taking notes at them.
Talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with
Yeah, it's that how part he's having trouble with.
existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot...
Under his leadership, fuck are you talking about? If they have pre-existing conditions, it's because the rules the ACA puts in. That's for private insurance or insurance on the exchange. That's part of the law.
A lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. It's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years
Oh, dear, we're going back to common sense again.
in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore...
Motherfucker, it's been 7 years. Nobody's asking him to propose this bill on the debate stage with 90 minutes. He said he'd have one in 2 weeks, 7 fucking years ago. And even if you even if you did have the bill written, you do have the idea. You wouldn't describe it as concepts. You could go, I can explain the broader points of it. We have a bill. It's on the website. Read it, right?
bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything.
Bore everybody to tears. Yes, we're all bored by the details of how you'd actually pull this shit off, you lying bag of shit.
Because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now,
right. And it helps the other side to know what exactly you're talking about.
When Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of.
What was his record on health care?
Prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription...
Because of rules in the 2014 VA choice bill that allowed the VA to negotiate some drugs. There's a percentage drop.
Prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%.
Yeah. No.
Introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice, and will also drive down costs. And we talk.
Yeah, when your appendix is fucking burst. Hold on, I've got to stand. I've been sitting as long as I can. I just can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I've got to stand up. I can't sit and do the show. It's too much. So it feels lame. I've just got to follow me, join me. Now I'm going to stay.
About, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And
he implemented some of these regulations while he was president. You mean the fact that while he was president, the ACA was still the fucking law? And so he had to implement those laws because he had to faithfully execute the laws of the country?
I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously. And
see, that's what he's talking about. Yep. He implemented Obamacare, and that's his concepts of a plan is Obamacare, but don't call it Obamacare.
Till Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but
hey, motherfucker, we're not talking about everything he's ever said or ever done. I find him generally disgusting. We're talking about, can you justify specific shit? Is that so fucking hard? Because it sounds like you're saying not only was the concepts of a plan stuff nonsense, but it's bullshit.
When Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs,
he tried to kill it.
Trump could have destroyed the program instead.
No, he couldn't. He couldn't destroy it. He tried everything he could, including getting rid of the mandate.
He worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not
Oh, you mean his vote failed?
Perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but
yeah, that's the problem, is imperfection. You know what I mean? I think that's the way you guys are really, like, that's the thing I think about. When I think of Obamacare, I think of how imperfect it is, you know?
I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's
like what? What better what? Name one. One fucking one. What? You're the vice president. You're running with the dude. You got a lot of cleanup to do. What? Good Lord.
Earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. Right. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations.
Yeah, it's called the ACA, you dumb motherfucker. That's the point.
In place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now,
Oh, yeah? How are you going to do that? Hey, man, you know what I'd love to do? I'd love to make traffic function a little bit better. But I don't want to do anything with, like, cars or speed limits or roads or tires or drivers or the DMV or the weather or windshield wipers or what. But I think we can all agree that traffic can be very difficult. And that's something that I understand. And Donald Trump's going to go back to the way that traffic was when you were stuck in traffic when he was president, which was better than the traffic you're stuck in right now because your memory's about as short as your dick.
Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again,
no, he didn't. He just tried to kill it and failed.
Something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality,
like Walls, like, yeah, they are. Don't worry. It's not. There aren't going to be terrible consequences. They're going to be concepts of terrible consequences.
Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he's.
No, it wasn't. If you erase for take-home pay, if you erase the last year of his presidency, and if you keep the last year of his presidency for inflation, then you get good numbers. If you pretended that COVID didn't happen for some of your numbers, and then you act like it was there, but it was normal, and nothing really occurred, but it was just, fit in economically, then everything, it was a wash.
Saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems.
Okay, I don't know why it took me this long to realize that the right side of his beard is shaved lower than the left side of his beard. Why did that take me so long? And now I can't unsee it.
But actually solve them.
Why is he off by so much?
Governor,
was there not a mirror in the room?
Enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
Is that why he's looking to that side the whole time? Because if every time he looks forward, you can tell that this side of his beard is higher than this side of his beard? That's what it is. Okay, I take it back. It's that he didn't learn to turn this way. He just forgot. Like, he realized as he was walking out, he's like, fuck me. And he can't look this way the whole time. So he's got to look this way towards walls to hide the fact. And he's got to like lean his head and do all that. That's what he's doing. Right. That's why I don't have to worry about it, because I have the perfect solution. I have, where is it? Didn't I have one in here somewhere? I thought I did. Hold on. Yeah, here you go. No, that's too goatee-ish. This one? No, that's more of that. This is a stupid one. No. Okay, hold on. How's it going? Try this. Nope. Try to do this one. No. How about this guy? I look like fucking this one. I look like man cow, which is not a good thing. Sorry, man cow. Does it click here? Do I have to? What the fuck? I have this one. Nope. Bald again. This is better. This is good. I don't know. How about this one? There you go. That's it. This is good. Now at least it's even. Hans, Bubby, and Gimdia. I'm your white knight. Okay, I'll save this one. This will be the one I save for later. Okay, hold on. And let's see. And Where would it be? What would that be? Oh, it's because it's in here. I have to turn this off this way. All right, here we go. Now I'm fine. All right. Back to where we were. We're almost done.
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
So
what
you
happens
think the
is
individual mandate's a good idea?
you shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on.
Yeah, now I can't unsee the fucking side of the left side of his beard is, on his face is higher.
On Medicare for the first time.
And you could tell like he's just trying, it's almost like he's trying to avoid the direct symmetry shot at all costs. Like, that's what all this fucking coy facial shit is. It's not, I was giving him way too much credit. That it was like this, how you doing? This sounds like bullshit to me face. When in reality, I think he's just hiding the fact that half of his face is shaved wrong.
I'm in American history.
Thank you. Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, you're
really solid answers, very direct, and actual policies. Now, this asshole is going to go, why can't the federal government subsidize church groups and grandparents who want to take care of kids? I'll tell you why. Because church groups should do it for free because they're charity.
Your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Great. And 2 minutes, you should be able to answer that. How much should they pay and how long should it be? Super easy. How long and how much? And then how much should the companies have to pay and how long and how much? 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. Depends on the child. If they have twins, 18 months. If it's a single kid, 10 months, and special. They should have if they have a nursery at the actual office or the business, then it can be shorter, and they provide childcare there. Something like that.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean,
great. Fuck you. What would that be?
Look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And
it's not, real quick, it's not extraordinarily difficult to be a working dad with a demanding job. Because I got to tell you, when my son was born, I lost a shit ton of work. My agency hated my fucking guts because I turned down shows. I specifically turned down, I turned down a television show that would mean I would move to a different state. I turned down live gigs when it would overlap with weekends that he was with me or that I needed to go to his school. If I had to go to if he had parent-teacher conferences or shit like that, I would not book during that week so I could spend extra time with him, right? And my agency fucking hated it. And I did it anyways. I took the hit. It cost me a huge chunk of my livelihood. But you can't trade that for the time with your fucking kid. Now, I am not in a relationship with my kid's mother. And she and I split time with him. And I am not going to litigate that circumstance at all in public for the sake of my child. That said, we each, though, when he's in our care, spend all the time we can with him without pawning him off on somebody else. Now, my mom helps in some cases, but if she didn't, I would hire somebody. I'd hire a babysitter or something like that. But most of the time, I just like to be there my fucking self. Because I have limited time. We all have limited time. Nobody knows how much time they have on this fucking earth. And the idea that you could just kind of like outsource it to the wife sounds really fucked up. Nice job, Ben. But I would like, in this, you'll notice he never brings up his obligations as a father to be involved or be part of the child care equation at all. Even when he was before he was a senator, when he was a venture capitalist, where the fuck, what office do you have to go to then?
It's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people.
What, the cultural pressure? What do you mean, from their dipshit husbands who think it should all be on them?
Choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is
great. How do you litigate that? What does it look like? This motherfucker is getting dangerously close, ladies and gentlemen, dangerously close to the thing about schools is we need more parental involvement. Can you legislate parental involvement? No. Then shut the fuck up. If you are in the solution business, I only want to hear the solutions you can participate in. I don't want to hear, if we could just get a unicorn to fart glitter over my plan, it would come to life magically and be a real boy. You're wasting my fucking time, dipshit. Tell me what the plan is.
This is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or in a...
Wait. Hold on. Real quick. Why does a church which lives tax-free and runs on tithes, if there's a child care set up at the church, they don't have to pay taxes. They automatically they have more money inflow because there's no outflow of the money. They don't have to give any of their money to the federal government, so therefore they don't need to get any money back from the federal government to help them run this fucking system. If you're going to set up a volunteer childcare thing at your fucking church, do it. Nobody's fucking stopping you. Right?
An urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies.
Right. Why should you? Sorry, so you mean an unlicensed daycare that some asshole in the neighborhood runs out of their fucking house until you find out they've got some of the kids buried under the goddamn house? Really, just an unlicensed fire trap that everybody goes, everybody's at Carol's this fucking week. Like that, you mean?
We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible.
Hey, asshole, it's called life. What are you talking about? I got news for you. You got to choose between work and children sometimes. If you have them, you gotta raise them. Again, maybe, just maybe, if you're gonna force all these women to carry these babies to term, you might wanna think about the substructure of available care that exists.
Burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
What do you mean? Great. Fuck me. What's a heck of a lot better? Define a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said...
Okay, the other thing, too. Nearly. Now, there's 2 windows where that's true. At the very beginning, before they go to school, and then when they're in college, and they still live at home. Prorated out over a good period of time, the extraordinary costs of university or college, or both, and then whatever Head Start programs they want to do, because in areas where, in California, there's people like me scrimp on their home so they can send their kid to a better school, a Montessori school rather, or one of these like early advancement preschools and that kind of stuff. I picked one that was close to my house so I could walk my kid to school every day, so I could be with him. And there were other options, but it was relatively expensive, and I had to make that choice about okay, this is going to definitely eat into my life, but long term it's better for him. And then once he goes to public school, most of that cost goes away until he comes back when he goes to college.
As much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas. And
no, you're not. No. Tariffs because of foreign countries making shit over there and selling it into the United States there's no way fucking Jesus Christ. I don't even know which company he's talking about. Like iPhones are going to raise enough money in tariffs selling into the country in competition with what? Fucking Galaxy phones and other shit. I don't think they fucking know.
And penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the
Yeah, China doesn't have enough money anymore to fucking finance through tariffs our child care needs.
part of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
How? What are you going to do? So you're going to take tariff money and subsidize childcare. How? Like a prepaid tax credit? Just give them the money first, and then if they don't use it, they can pay it back? How? What are you talking about? Fuck me.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child
No.
care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately.
I'm sorry. So we're going to use tariff money to pay your kid's grandmother to watch them. Babysitter money is what you're saying. You get a babysitter tax break? Is that what you're looking for now? Stupid.
Unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families because the reason.
Sorry, we're also going to have to finance the babysitters?
The reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator.
Who wants to tell them that immigrants make up the largest proportion of people who watch elderly people and children? Who wants to, especially in the South? Anybody?
Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree?
You mean the one that already worked?
To the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised. Is that realistic?
Up till the age of 6.
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the
Pretty sure it's up to the age of 6. The newborns are 6, and then 3 up till they become 6 years old.
biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but.
By the way, he could slow down and explain this a little bit better. And I think it's a great fucking point. There's a great point here, which is, this asshole is saying that they're going to take money from the tariffs and they're going to pay for health care or like after school, preschool, elder care, or whatever it is, babysitters, finance your grandmother, fucking your church to watch, over your kids. Excuse me. Meanwhile, the cost of the tariffs that are passed on to you as a consumer are actually going to raise prices so much that you don't even have that extra money to pay because you've paid that tariff money. They give you a tax break or some shit to give you the money. Well, you're going to spend that on regular goods because the tariffs have driven the price of everything up.
They will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results?
Of course, because they're going to fucking lose.
Even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis.
Have you talked to your running mate?
Just caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because
yeah, totally. We're totally focused on that. We don't have a plan, but we're focused on that.
You did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that
no, he hasn't. He said it was rigged and stolen.
We should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said...
Yeah, except you're saying if there was another January 6th, you would gum up the works while the people were running up the stairs to attack the fucking place so they wouldn't be yelling, hang J.D. Vance.
That on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration.
Yeah, you had the $42,000 stock market and the 4% unemployment. That's the longest stretch in history and lowest, like most, what is it, highest job participation rate in 60 years. They've cut the deficit every single year. The infrastructure bill, the rescue plan, which is the biggest investment in green technology in the history of the country, if not the world. The Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, which I know you guys, Trump and you particularly fucking hate.
I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It's
not that you side with a dude who sent a bunch of people to the Capitol to attack the fucking place and build gallows and hang his former vice president, and that's why he doesn't have the same vice president this time, and they carried a fucking Confederate flag in the capital of the country for the first time ever.
It's the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big.
Again, I don't give a fuck about your blather. Tell me what your legislation's going to be, or shut the fuck up.
Technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's common.
Which they have the right to do because it's a private organization.
Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a...
Sorry, misinformation about what? Just general misinformation? Bad math? Or, again, yelling fire in a crowded
much
theater?
Bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last...
Really? More so than January 6th? I mean... Ask Roseanne Boylan or Ashley Babbitt.
4 years in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard.
Really? Do you have Olivia Newsy's endorsement as well? And do you have Tulsi's, the rest of her cult members, and of course her Kremlin handlers' endorsement? Of course you do.
Long leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're
Right, but you are united under an idea that we never went to the moon and the earth is flat.
united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans.
You do realize he's standing right there and you're both at the debate and there's a debate happening and Trump isn't doing another debate with Kamala because he chickened the fuck out.
Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it
What? What are you talking about?
during COVID. She's done
She didn't do it during COVID.
it over a number of other issues, and that to me
Oh, yeah? What issues would that be? It's a number, so you don't have to give me all of them, obviously. Just 3 of them. 1.5.
is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Yeah, that's not what he said. He said you're going to have to fight or you're not going to have a country left. And if Mike Pence doesn't do the right thing, we're going to walk down there peacefully and patriotically to give them the strength. But if they don't have the, if they didn't have the, if they didn't do the right thing, you're going to have to fight. That would be again, his whole peacefully and patriotically was the equivalent of saying don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes.
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat.
Oops, hold on. My other headphone died. Hold on 1 second. And I've got to swap this out. Play, silly. Hold on.
Will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to
Hey, fuckhead, just agree.
say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for
Yeah, after he lost.
250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections.
Yeah, but they didn't interfere with the carrying out of the actual presidential election itself after the fact.
Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going
Yeah, that's not all they did. And that's still a lot.
on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Yeah, it has. Like, the Democrats didn't fucking attack the Capitol. They didn't. Imagine, if you would, that that Bernie Sanders lost to Donald Trump, and he sent his followers to the fucking Capitol, and they stormed in and kicked everybody's ass, and one of them carried the fucking communist flag through the fucking rotunda. Would you guys just kind of let it slide and go, everybody does it?
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked
There were problems
about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But
great. Talk about it so far further that you admit that he does not think he lost.
You guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment.
That is the thing about the most sacred right is the First Amendment, right? So use your freedom of speech to answer the fucking question.
You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers.
Hold on. Did he say saying, or did he call him Sam?
Fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is.
Yeah, it is, because you're going to keep. That's like saying there's fire, and there actually is a fire blocking two of the doors. And you're saying the fire is back there to make people run through the doors where there's actual fire. That would be the argument for misinformation or disinformation, specifically in this circumstance.
Is criticizing the policies of the government, which is.
Then criticize the policies of the government. People didn't get kicked off for simply going, I don't think it's a good idea. It just seems weird to me. It's because they asserted that they knew better, even though they were not doctors. There's a bunch of people who bitched about COVID lockdowns and masks and all that kind of stuff. None of them got kicked off of fucking Facebook, and none of them got fucking kicked off of Twitter. Is the ones who said, I know for sure, and I have proof, and this doctor, which is fake and made up, says that you should do this. That's when you got kicked off. It's like, again, it's like the difference between telling people you do steroids and suggesting people use steroids. Which one do you think will get you kicked off of social media? One of them will.
Is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to
Please.
respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run.
Oh, I think Shane thinks I'm gay. which I currently am not. I never have been. But Shane, bend over and let's find out.
Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with
closing remarks. Here we go. We're almost there. Congratulations. We almost made it all the way through, kids. We're getting so close. There we go. All right. Closing remarks.
Presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there.
I would be one of those people. I would be definitely in between, somewhere around in between those people.
And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe.
And I don't think Dick Cheney's an optimistic person. I think in the case of Dick Cheney, the tick doesn't want the dog to die. And Donald Trump is a flesh-eating bacteria. And the tick knows that if the dog gets a flesh-eating bacteria, there will be no tick either.
In a positive future of this country.
I call him Tick Cheney.
And one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz. Thank you.
Pretty direct, pretty well rehearsed, pretty locked. Excellent.
Thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And
yes, you did. Also, Trump hates the word folks because Obama used the word folks, and they have this belief that the word folks is a commie word from the National Socialist movement of the Nazis. Maybe that's why he likes it. Just saying.
Remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night. And
all year long?
Because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who...
all year long.
Wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy.
No, thanks to COVID temporarily. We went through a pandemic. I don't know if you remember, but killed over 1 million Americans and fucked up the entire economy, blew a $20 trillion hole in the economy that we patched with $9 trillion.
Policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family.
Great. But how you do it, fuck you.
That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies.
Right, because she won't drill, baby, drill, even though we're producing more oil and gas than we ever have.
I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies.
Right, but you don't actually have any policies that would reverse those things. Also, that's a lie.
Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does.
What, 2 years?
When she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for...
Oh, my fucking God. This is he put this in his closing argument. Good God. She's not the president. It's not how it works. And if you think that's how it works, I mean, like I said, does Trump know you think you can run the administration when he's, golfing or some shit? Is there like an automatic 25th Amendment when he takes power?
3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse.
No, they've actually improved.
Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world.
Well, yeah, except, I mean, we did, obviously. We don't now. Obviously, we're in hell. We're a country in decline. How could we possibly be the most beautiful country in the world if we're on the verge of total and utter devastation? But it's a beautiful devastation.
People on the
which sounds like a Nine Inch Nails album.
Campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity
they can't afford food, but they show up to a campaign speech. Are you serving food?
Ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that
they're deluded cult members.
We have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world.
But they're all dying of starvation, and obviously they're instead of figuring out a way to get more food, they're putting all their money, they're spending it on gas they can't afford to drive to your event.
But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream.
Why not? I mean, it's one thing if the government isn't helpful, but the government's actively stopping you. What are your dreams? Sorry, what are your dreams that the government can stop you? Is it starting a ricin farm?
Dream. If we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years, we need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it.
So we don't need change, is what you're saying. We need to change back.
Well, please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only...
Fabulous. It was great. All right, there we go. We did the whole thing. Congratulations. You made it. We went through all of it. And I will say, on the first viewing, without breaking it down, I was not as aware of the absolute fucking vagary. I'm used to it from Trump. But from J.D. Vance, it was particularly pathetic. There was just fucking nothing. There was a lot of I understand what you're going through, and I understand, and you're feeling like this, and there's too much of this, and there's too little of that. But there wasn't actually a strategy at all, except to say it was better before, and it'll be better again, even though it wasn't actually better before. I mean, again, you're floating the whole thing on the fucking lie that it was somehow superior. And again, pre-ACA, you want to go back to that for healthcare? So Donald Trump's concepts of a plan ultimately are get rid of the ACA, don't replace it with anything. You know, some people just gotta fucking die. Like Mark Robinson says, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs, even if that means a woman with breast cancer or a kid with brain cancer. Fuck them. And, you know, at a certain point, you got to stop throwing good money after bad for some people. That seems to be the only thing close to an actual policy, which was scrap the ACA and go back to what the status quo before it. Yeah, tariffs isn't a policy. Tariffs exist anyways. The blanket tariffs, he didn't even defend that. He was like, even did the whole some tariff thing, that tap dance, right? Ugh. Anyways, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Take care. Go to sleep. I got to get up in the morning and fuck, it's 1 o'clock and I got a 9 a.m. show tomorrow. So until that time, remember, shave your beard properly. Make sure you have a spotter. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourselves and take care of somebody else. I have a button for this. I do. There it is.